Oops. It does help if I move my camera setup before I actually switch scenes. This is fine. Everything is fine. Autofocus. Autofocus. Morning, Merlin. Autofocus. There we go. Thank you, camera. Although now that it's focused, I want to turn the autofocus off. 1 second. Where did that go? That. Perfect. It is entirely possible that my fingers have just become blurry. They sometimes do that. Configure video. I want to turn off that. Turn off that. Okay. Okay. Someday I'll remember to do that before going live. Today is not that day. Hey, Elrad, good morning. Okay, I think we're good. I'm awake, I swear. Not really. Oh yes, good afternoon, you crazy Europeans. Yeah. Welcome to Sunday morning Patchwork and Chill. Yes, needle is here. Again, I swear I'm awake. I'm really not awake yet. We'll get there. Hopefully everyone has been having a fine weekend so far. Feels darker in here today, but I think that's just because it is very cloudy outside, so there's not as much light as usual coming in through the window. Totally awake. Yep, me too, Randus. Absolutely. Look, I'm here and live and talking. That definitely proves that I'm awake completely. Absolutely, 100%. Awake and even doing some amount of chores? Oh my goodness. Do the chores involve dwarfs, though, is the question. Oh no, if you don't have your notes, how am I supposed to do a recap? No dwarves? Ooh, weird. Actual IRL chores? Seems strange. Although, I will have to throw on laundry after stream, so. Sunday is laundry day. Frustrated by the lava thing, you wish to go to the circus? Oh dear. I unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, I made the decision to retire my cavern fortress and start a new one because yeah, that embark was strange because I was literally only 3 levels underground before I broke into the first cavern. And I did not have a sedimentary layer, which meant no coal and no lignite. So I was stuck eternally cutting wood for charcoal if I wanted to smelt things. And that was annoying me. So I retired that fortress and I'm going to embark a new one. And hopefully find a layer that contains coal. Well, that happens to you a lot. This was the first time it had happened to me. And it was somewhat annoying. I also had made the mistake of making my main exploratory shaft downward one that was in the heart of my fortress. So when I broke into the cavern, I had troglodytes and elk birds just occasionally, well, not occasionally, all the time, just wandering straight up into my fortress. And it was quite annoying because then there were like bodies and pools of blood laying everywhere. And it was making my dwarves very unhappy. So now I know to make the main exploratory shaft downward, not part of the main fortress. I should also probably do some research and figure out how traps work. Not to start smelting until you have lava. Yeah, but I like making things. Also, I'm one of those players where I tend to like fully mine out a layer before I go down. Well, like, so I have the way I've been doing it. You can also do it by just making sure there's a corridor between your main stairs and the exploratory stairs so that things can't just go straight up. Yeah, that's true. That's a good idea. Because the way I've been building my fortresses, which seems to work out well for my playstyle, is I have my main level with my kitchens and dining hall and stockpiles. Well, like my food stockpile behind the kitchens, and then my like miscellaneous everything else stockpile. Actually build a pair of barracks between them as a guard post, which can be manned year-round. Oh, okay, that's a good idea. I like that. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for that bit of advice. That's a very good idea. Yeah, the way I've been doing it is a main layer, like floor 1, and then floor 2 downward is my meeting areas, so like my temples and my libraries and my hospitals and my offices. And then floor 3 down is bedrooms. And then floor 4 down, I just mine out some tombs and shove empty caskets in them so that it'll be ready when somebody inevitably bites it. And then below that, I start fully mining out the layers and exploring and stuff. But literally, like, I had one floor beneath my tombs in this embark, and then I broke through into a cavern, and I was like, well, which again would have been fine, except I had no coal, and also had almost constant troglodyte invasions. So I ended up stationing one of my squads at the bottom of the stairs just to head things off before they came upstairs, but then they were unhappy because they were stationed there all the time. I like the idea of the barracks. That's a good idea. But yes, welcome to my sewing stream. Training room is much better than stationing. It works the same, except they'll go and feed themselves and they'll skill up at the same time. Yeah, that's a very good point. Sewing stream and random discussion? Yeah. I mean, semi-random discussion. It's usually video game related. Typically, it's been FF14. I've just been on a Dwarf Fortress kick lately. Because, golly, that's a fun game. Meandering discussion. I like that. It is true. There will be a D&D recap at some point, because we did have a session yesterday. I don't know what you mean, Kitty. I have no idea what you're talking about. But also, as I've been saying all week, yes, okay, Nafika. Gorgeous, beautiful, wonderful. But, excuse me, Halone. Ah, yes, the very gay patch did drop. Yeah, no, I am slain by Halone. Just, oh god, lady with long hair in gorgeous armor. Please, just step on me, ma'am. Also, I think as I mentioned last week, Nimia! Holy crap, Nimia! This, I think it was Kara that made the comment as she was playing through. She was just like, oh, well, this is just the raid for everyone who likes ladies, any kind of ladies, all of the kinds of ladies. And also Althic. Kubonya and boobs. Oh no, that's so many things. Everyone boob yourself for you? I don't know. You know, that seems like a lot of effort. I don't think any of us are awake yet. But also, hi, good morning. Yes, Nimia is a goddess. Too tired, can't reach, right? So sleepy. I had a heck of a time getting out of bed tonight, or bed today. If you would like Kitsune, yes, she is, oh. It's like, her, I really like the way Nimia's outfit was designed, because it's like a really cool mix of modern styles, but it still fits in with the rest of the fashion. Like, it doesn't look out of place, but if you really look at it, like, the style is very different than most of the others, and I really like it. Like, with the hood and the pants and the shiny fabrics, I love it. Currently at a diner for breakfast? Ah, that's totally fair. Diners make heckin' good breakfast. I mean, probably yes, Kite. Statistically, so far, yes. I don't know. We could probably call Ralgar mommy. I'm not sure he'd appreciate it, but we could. Kara pointed it out, and I am very, very slightly disappointed um, in the music for this raid, because Nalthal's theme is such a bitchin' like upgrade on Ulda's theme, and we didn't get a rendition of Gridania's theme for Nafaka, which was slightly disappointing. I don't have an opinion on which I prefer yet, because I've only done the first one like twice, and I have not yet done the second one. I've just watched Kara do it. I will have to hold my opinion. I might do that this afternoon, but we'll see. I have Patch to get through. Hey Dobby, good morning. To do a few more runs of the new one. Yeah. I haven't even been on to unlock it yet. I haven't had time. Prepare your dorm room to be ready to have friends over. Oh, that sounds fun. Enjoy. Oh yeah, it was gorgeous chaos. I was watching Kara. Birthday party time, that's right. Happy birth. I hope you have a real good party. Yeah, it was a few days ago, I think. When you order coffee, they just bring you a full pitcher. That's excellent. That is the way a diner should be. Come on, there we go. Yeah, having 2 full alliances fill up in like 3 or 4 minutes was insane. I was watching that happen, just like, what is going on? Again, this is why I'm usually pretty quiet in FC chat when I log on, because there's just a lot of people now. Oh, Eggs Benedict does sound good. Delicious, delicious eggs. Oh no, it's fine. Yeah, it's totally fine. It's just, it's a lot of people, so I don't typically, like, say anything or engage. I'm just content to, like, chill and do my own thing when I'm in game, usually. If I want to socialize, I typically do it over the Discord. Like, there's definitely times where if a lot of people are talking, I have a tab where I just mute FC chat. Just because, not because of anything that's being said, it's just, it's a lot of text popping up. And my brain does the thing where if there is text popping up, I try to read it. And I end up getting, like, not overwhelmed, but I'm like, okay, well, I don't I don't want to read this right now. I want to focus on what I'm doing in game, so I just kind of mute it. It depends on the day, but in general, I find that it's one of those things where it'll be quiet, but then if somebody pops up and says something and a conversation gets going, a conversation will really get going because there's so many people on. Yeah, time of day as well is another big factor. Because, yeah, time of day and time of patch. Good lord. I should check and see if I can tell what member number Maria is, because I feel like Kara and I joined when the FC had less than 100 people. Hey, nice, Yalk. Yeah, there's a really, really active core, and then there's a bunch of people that kind of come and go. Going to go find caffeine, so the rest of you all should. I have tea, which is some caffeine. Oh, Brandes has ordered us to stretch and hydrate, so I will do so. Thank you for the stretch reminder. I don't know, I did something to one of my shoulders this week. I think I just slept on it funny, but I've had like a minor crick in my shoulder for like 3 days, and I hate it. Ugh. Almost out of tea? I'm pretty sure that's illegal, Kite? You probably need to acquire more ASAP. It doesn't have to be caffeine, but Kitsune should in fact acquire a liquid and drink a thing. Juice and water are both non-caffeinated. Typically. You have a liquid drink. Excellent. That is all we care about. I was gonna say 2 kilograms of tea seems very low. Also staring at my tea cabinet that has like 50 to 100 grams of several dozen different kinds of teas. How do you just get 2 kilograms of one tea and be satisfied? Instant latte? Ooh. Instant latte I find can be really hit or miss. It's either really, really good or it's really terrible. So I'm glad you got some good. 1 kilogram of 2 types of tea. Still seems not enough variety. But if that is what you enjoy, that is what you enjoy. Cooking and then going to be doing a creative things. Ooh, excellent. Both of those are good things. Cooking is very good and very important. We do like the noms. First time you think you actually like coffee? Oh, okay. Yeah, lattes are very different than like black coffee. For sure. Ooh, yes, what is förnamskitsene? English breakfast. English breakfast is very good tea. That's my typical go-to when I'm sick, is I just want a really big mug of really, really strong, really, really sweet English breakfast tea. It's like my comfort tea. Right now I'm drinking a genmaicha, which is my typical morning tea. Ironically. Yep, that's me, Yalk. That's, yeah. 24 different types of tea filling 3 shelves of a 3-foot cabinet. And if you think you see the bottom of some bits of shelf you need to restock, yep, that's exactly how Kara and I usually run. Prepackaged pork belly thing with a nice jus and a cooking mash and steamed broccoli to go with it. Oh, that sounds lovely. Very nice Sunday dinner. Oh no! Headless broccoli. But that's the only part of the broccoli that's edible. I hate broccoli stems. I feel like I'm chewing on wood. Then you haven't cooked them long enough, but then the heads start to disintegrate. And that's the only part of the broccoli that's good. Okay, what's weird? It probably has a little bit to do with the taste as well, because I hate broccoli, but I really like asparagus. And it's kind of like, asparagus definitely has a woody texture, but I love asparagus. So it's probably something to do with the taste of the broccoli that I just can't quite pin down. Yeah, asparagus is wonderful. You take yourself like a ham and Swiss sandwich or a ham and Swiss panini, and then you throw some broccoli on, or sorry, no, asparagus on top, and oh, it just elevates the whole thing. Hey, ham for carby, excellent. Broccoli stems are great if you do them right. Use a veggie peeler to remove the bark and then shred them with a cheese grater. Oh, okay. I can see that working for sure. Because then it's not in such large chunks. Would you shred them before or after cooking? What, the asparagus or the broccoli, Randus? I might be using woody as a substitute for crunchy, yet also stringy. Broccoli stems slaw raw with a little dressing. Okay. Yeah, I could see that working. Asparagus. I'm trying to think typically. How does carrot? I don't know because Kara makes them. I think usually she roasts them. And I'm using woody in the sense of not like tough, but like crunchy with strings, crunchy with fiber, as opposed to something like cucumber, which is just crunchy, if that makes sense. The asparagus is definitely not like woody in the sense of tough or chewy. I just meant that there's still definitely fibers when you eat it. I'm gonna have to text her, aren't I? Kara, how do you cook asparagus? Grill it with a little olive oil and some salt and pepper. Yeah, that sounds really good. We have like a lemon pepper seasoning that I think she usually puts on it that's really good. Do the cleaning for real? Excellent. Ooh, I should do my D&D recap because I think all the usual players are here. In the sense of both the people that play and also the people that want to hear the recap. It's naturally a woody plant. We eat the young sprouts. Yeah, that's what I thought. Because it grows up out of the ground near fence posts and stuff. My mom talks about how she used to go out on her parents' farm and just collect them. So you've done with the broccoli is boil it, salt it, pepper it, lightly dust it with oil, and then added a bit of butter. Ooh. Very simple. And now you're doing it for 20 to 25 minutes at 170 degrees or 338 degrees Fahrenheit. Wow, HopeBot actually did a useful conversion for once. Congratulations, HopeBot. Thank you, HopeBot. That was very well timed and very apt. Very helpful bot. Okay, so when last we left our heroes, Warhammer 40k is very important. It's true. Negative 233.1 degrees Celsius or negative 388 degrees Fahrenheit. You gotta know what temperature to forge your Warhammers at. Yes, D&D recap. So last week's session was a makeup session from New Year's Eve. So we also had a session yesterday, which was the next regularly scheduled one. So after this, it'll go back to every other week. Our next session will be in 2 weeks. But when last we left our heroes last week, Dubby unfortunately has not joined us. Elrad has joined us. So yes, we have a new friend. We had just slain several bugbears, and we're all kind of trying to catch our breath. We are the heroes of our own story, except Light. We'll get there. We will get Light there. I hope. Yeah, Light had just punched the nuts off of a bugbear. Quite literally. Um, and as we all stood there catching our breath, we kind of made the determination of, okay, we should get out of here. Like, we're in really rough shape. We're not really in any position to try to handle however many minions are left and the big boss, because so we had gotten through like information and rumors in town and stuff. We were pretty sure that the boss of these bandits was some dude called Glass, that went by the name Glassstaff, and we had not yet found them. So we were like, okay, there's still, and we knew that there was still at least one corridor to the north that we hadn't explored yet. But we were all in such rough shape. We were like, okay, we should just get out of here. If they're smart, they'll clear out and leave. If not, we can come back and take care of them at a future date. But we're no good to anyone dead, and if we continue on in this shape, it might go very badly for us. So Glint scurried down to the room that the bugbears had been in, because there was a poor little goblin attempting very badly to hide under one of the beds. And one of the prisoners that we had rescued had told us, yeah, there was this goblin that had promised that if he got out, he would help us. So please go help him, basically. And we're presuming, okay, this is probably that goblin. And he's not trying to hurt us. He just wants to hide. So Glint actually speaks goblin, luckily. So she went scurrying down and coaxed the poor goblin out from under the bed and reassured him, like, yes, no, we're not going to hurt you, we promise. We're going to get you out of here. You can be free. Yeah, Droop is the goblin's name. So he decided, I guess, to at least trust Glint to get him out of here. When he saw the corpse of the bugbear, he immediately ran over and started kicking it. It was like, ha, who's the boss now? Ha, how do you like it? Ha ha ha. And all of us were just kind of like, you know what, that's fair. You go, little goblin. He also yoinked a like jeweled eye patch off of the bugbear and put it on himself and was like, I'm the boss now. Which is interesting, but we just kind of let him keep it. Like, yes, honey, you're totally the boss now. While that had been going on, Narthian had gone to reclaim her bow from where she had to drop it at one point. And she was kind of in like this T intersection between the hallway where we had been fighting and a stairway that led up back to the main like hallway, like chasm. There's a room with a chasm in it that all of these hallways were splitting off of. And she was kind of in this T intersection with a stairway that led back up into the chasm room. And she heard a noise. And like a stone falling, like a footstep kind of thing. And she was like, oh shit, there's something there. And was kind of on guard and was like, hey, who goes there? Turns out it was somebody that had seen her when she went to escort the family and the prisoner back to the orchard and had followed her back in. And they were invisible. So after a little bit of a standoff where Narthian was like, show yourself, and the stranger was like, no, not until you stop pointing a bow at me, which, honestly fair. There was a little bit of a stubborn standoff, but then with impeccable timing, the invisibility spell ran out, so it became a moot point. And we found ourselves facing a high elf gentleman named Phalar in a long blue cloak with a rapier, I believe, at his waist. And Elred, correct me. I'm assuming Phalar's pronouns are he, him. I you never corrected us yesterday, so I presume as much. Um, and he was, okay, excellent, him. So he was like, yeah, I was sent here to take care of these bandits, and I was told that I would find allies, and presumably you are the allies. Let's fuck this shit up. And Narthian did something interesting wherein she was self-aware enough to go, I cannot people. Bram? Oh, I should also mention, because there was a lot going on kind of all at the same time. Um, so while Narthian had been creeping up the stairs and conversing with the invisible person, Landon and Bram at the back of the hallway, in the sort of breakfast room where we had initially fought a bunch of the bandits, realized, oh crap, there's still that door to the north of us. We're not in any shape for another fight now. And Landon had the idea, yeah, exactly, the explanation is going to take way longer than it actually all happened in real time, because all of this was occurring at the same time. But Landon had the idea we should barricade that door. Like, there's plenty of tables and chairs and furniture in here. We should try to barricade that door so that they can't come after us. At least not without being slowed down and we would hear them coming, etc., etc. And Bram is like, okay, yes, excellent, that's a great idea. So we go to barricade the door, and Landon goes, and on our way out, maybe we should, like, set it all on fire behind us as we leave. Well, Light overheard this. Poor Light. And there are things in poor Light's backstory, and they rolled somewhat poorly on a wisdom save, and kind of got caught in a bit of a flashback. Cursed D&D, poor Light, exactly. So yes, poor Light was having a bit of a time. And so when Bram came forward again, he kind of noticed, like, oh, Light, honey. Managed to recreate an entire scene from Light's backstory unintentionally. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, at the same time, Droop had attempted to pick up one of the giant maces before Glint quite managed to get them calmed down, but it was fine. But yes, poor Light was having a panic attack. So Bram was basically like, Light, come here. Like, we're getting out of here. You can come right on my back. We'll get you out of here. That's fine. So Light was quite happy to be put on the centaur's back. And I was imagining him just kind of snuggling into Bram's back, which is precious. And that was about the time when Narthian called out to be like, hey, Bram, there's some person here. Please come talk to them so that I don't have to. So Bram made his way forward, and they all properly met Phalar. And Bram was basically like, okay, well, we're on our way out because we are not in great shape right now. We've just been through about 4 fights in one night. We will come back later because, so while Glint had been conversing with Droop, the goblin, she had been asking Droop, like, hey, do you know if there's any other prisoners? Is there anyone else that we need to help in here? And Droop had mentioned, oh yes, there's the slave pens. And once Glint relayed that, all the rest of us were kind of like, oh fuck no. But at the same time, we're not good to anyone if we're dead. So the kind of half plan was, let's get out of here, rest, and then we will come back and completely scour this place off the earth, and search out any slaves and free them, kind of thing. But we can't do anything now. So as we started to make our way out, we suddenly heard this big booming voice that was like, saying the generic villainy, leave while you still can and I might not hunt you down. How dare you come and, trample on this place, get out of here. And various people could tell that it was just kind of a cheap parlor trick of this person throwing their voice around, because it was coming from in front of us, and then it was coming from behind us, and then it was coming from, a room off to the left. And the spellcasters were kind of squinting, going, this is a cheap parlor trick. And we had seen a bit of movement up to the north of us from one of the rooms we had already cleared. If we hadn't put the table in front of the door, the boss never would have known we were there. Gosh damn it. Oh well. I mean, we tried. So we had seen movement, and a rat familiar came running out, came scurrying out. So we were like, ah, crap. They know we're here. Maybe we should still just leave? But Narthian kind of started creeping forward non-threateningly, hopefully. And was just kind of trying to taunt, to be like, to try to get them to show themselves or trip up, essentially. And then, which she successfully managed to do. So out walked this human, I want to say, in long red robes, carrying a glass staff. And we're like, okay, great, fantastic, here's the boss. And at the same time, this boss, this glass staff person, started invoking the name of the Lord's Alliance. Like, this place is under the protection of the Lord's Alliance. How dare you? If you keep coming forward, if you attack us, you will be invoking the wrath of the Lord's Alliance. And the rest of us are squinting in very high suspicion, because, so a while ago, and this was very definitely a while ago, however many sessions ago that was, we had rescued a elf? Half-elf? I don't remember what Sildar is. But we had rescued a man named Sildar from a bunch of goblins. And Sildar had told us, yeah, I'm from the Lord's Alliance. I'm here trying to search... Oh, Sildar's human. Okay. I think the name was throwing me off. Yeah, I'm here from the Lord's Alliance. We had a member that was sent down to Phandalin to set up a new chapter, and then he just disappeared, and we never heard from him. So I'm here to try to search for him. So, favorite bullet point from your notes. Narthian resumes communication with Glorchan. Amazing. I mean, they are a ranger, so it somewhat works. So when this glass staff person started trying to invoke the name of the Lord's Alliance, at the very least, Bram and Light and Glint and Landon were all like, hey, we've heard of the Lord's Alliance. They're supposed to be, like, a protectionate force. They should definitely not be running a bandit camp and, threatening people and enslaving people. That's not cool. So we kind of challenged him, like, hey, What gives? Why are you invoking the name of the Lord's Alliance? And he was like, well, I've simply taken over responsibility for this organization, and they've gotten used to a certain standard of living, and who am I to try to tell them that they have to live differently when all I've done is take over leadership? And we're like, okay, but what about the woodcutter's family that you had locked up in cells over there? And he goes, oh, well, like I said, these people are used to a certain standard of living, and who am I to tell them they can't have their fun? Or who am I to take away their method of income? And at that point, we're all like, okay, yeah, fuck you. At which point, Landon walks up to them and attempted to, unfortunately was not able to, but attempted to just like shank them, like just straight up stabbing, which didn't go super well. Unfortunately, they missed. But yeah, the rest of us were like, okay, yeah, fuck you. Yeah, look, I conscripted a bandit gang to help protect the town. Uh-huh, sure you did. So between Landon and Bram, and actually it was mostly Phalar and Narthian, Phalar managed to get a good hit in on him, and then Narthian pinned him to the wall with an arrow. Non-lethally. Luckily, and possibly surprisingly. But managed to knock him completely unconscious, which was great. And Landon wanted to just strip him naked and then toss him down into the ravine. But Bram and Narthian were like, no. Like, look, he's trying to claim membership of the Lord's Alliance. We know there's a member of the Lord's Alliance back in town. Let's at least take him back to town, see what Sildar says about it, turn him over to justice. And at least maybe see if he's even telling the truth about being part of the Lord's Alliance, or if he's just kind of blowing smoke out of his ass kind of idea. So we get him stripped and manacled and gagged, because he's a spellcaster. And get him carried back to town. And trying to think if I'm missing any bits. I don't think so. There was the idea floated of maybe we should like go search his rooms or like loot the rest of the place. And Bram managed to convince them like, no, we're too hurt. We can always come back later. Oh yeah, there was an interesting thing. So where this fight was taking place was quite near the storeroom where we had fought the barbarian and the tiefling rogue a few sessions ago. And Phalar, who was not here for that fight, glanced over and was like, oh shit, there's blood over there. And Light was like, oh yeah, that's probably mine. And we were like, yeah, we had a fight there earlier. And Phalar's like, oh, well, I don't see any bodies, there's just blood. And Bram was like, well, the bodies were kind of tucked around the corner, like in the back of the storeroom. So Phalar went and poked his head in to check, and he's like, no, there's no bodies here. Which is concerning. And I did not remember at the time that Bram still had access to Divine Sense. I remembered it after the session, but Randus was very kind enough to say that I probably would have remembered in the moment, and if I had popped Divine Sense, I would not have sensed any undead. So, That at least tells us that either there's no undead or they had moved far enough to be out of the range of the spell. But in either case, Bram did not at that moment sense any undead. So that's a concern that will need to be taken care of. Bram's already thinking they're definitely going to have to go back in and clear the entire place out just to be certain. So spontaneously moving bodies, we'll put a pin in that and come back to it. Because Bram was basically like, oh fuck, well, we do not have the resources to try to investigate that right now. We will have to come back and deal with it later. So we all made our way outside. Got back to town. Fun dead, not undead? I mean, possibly. Got back to town, took the glass staff back to the orchard, and when we knocked on the door, it was Sildar that answered it, luckily. So we were like, hey, we've got this dude here. He says he's a member of the Lord's Alliance. So Sildar was like, oh, well, that's not good. Did recognize the glass staff and was like, okay, did he have like his badge of membership? And Landon had stripped him and put him in slave rags, but still had his his clothes and stuff. So was able to pull out the like a little silver pin that did have the emblem of the Lord's Alliance on it. So Sildar was like, all right, I will send word to the Alliance and get him escorted out of here, and we will make sure that he sees justice for his crimes. Which, at least for Bram, that's satisfactory. As long as he's going to see justice and pay for, at the very least, looking the other way while his underlings were enslaving people and shaking up the town. Yeah, that's fine, as long as he's going to see justice. So we kind of left him there, trusting that Sildar would be able to keep an eye on him, keep him from casting spells, and turn him over to the proper authorities. The woodcutter's family was still there as well, because they hadn't really felt safe going back to their own home. So we were able to get the goblin Droop back into contact with the little boy that he had sort of made friends with while they were prisoners. Because it was the little boy that had told us, hey, there's a goblin around, please help him if you can. So then we kind of, at this point, it's like 7 in the morning. We've literally been up all night, more or less. Have not taken a long rest in far too long. So everybody is just kind of like, fuck it, let's go to bed. We can deal with everything else and like what we want to do next after sleep. Don't even worry about it. 8 a.m. Yeah, it is definitely morning at this point. So Narthian ends up going back to the woodcutter's house with his family to sort of reassure them, keep them safe, just in case there's any stray bandits that decide to try anything, since we haven't fully cleared out the base and taken care of the issue. And, you know, also to keep an eye on this goblin, because she doesn't really quite trust Droop, because goblin. She sleeps presumably on their couch. We're RPing sleeping for the next 4 sessions. I mean, I guess, maybe. When Narthian wakes up, presumably later in the day, there's a bit where she hears the daughter, who's like 18, 19, crying up in her room, goes up to see her, and presumably, well, not presumably, we know, the woodcutter had left behind a couple notes and a couple packages, one of which was for Narthian and turned out to be a new bow, which is fancy. And the mother also said, like, yeah, he wasn't the smartest man, but he left us some insurance, basically. So the family will hopefully be all right. And then... No, the note was not shared. I was gonna... Yeah, so... Zvother has the notes. Randus sent them to him, but Narthian has not shared them. At the same time, Burb at the same time. Burb. Landon had gone, before going to go sleep, Landon had gone to the provisioners to sort of check on them, since they were the ones that we saw getting shook down. One of the two. Oh, they don't have the one. Yeah, that makes sense, because Narthian never saw it. So they had seen the provisioner getting shook down, so Landon went to go check up on them, make sure they were sort of getting themselves back on their feet, and also to acquire a set of divinations tools, like augury tools. Oh yes, because so when Bram and Landon were barricading the door, Landon had found like a little leather pouch that turned out to be a coin purse, that had a bunch of coins in it. So they use those funds to go and buy a set of divinations tools that they can use going forward, which is nice. Light and Bram, as far as I know, both just like completely passed out, slept dead to the world. Nothing to report there, as far as I know. Glint, because she had acquired the demon lover's horn from the giant barbarian that we presumably killed, when she went to sleep, she dreamed of her patron, because, as a reminder, Glint is a Fey-pacted warlock. Her patron is a Fey dragon that just occasionally tells her, like, oh, yeah, I want this thing for my horde. Please find it for me. Yes. Oh, yes. So, yeah, I'll get to that in a second, Randus. I had forgotten that bit. Glint's patron will occasionally just be like, oh, I need you to go find this thingy for me. Go find it. And one of those things had been the demon lover's horn. So when Glint slept, Baal showed up in her dreams and was like, oh, you got it for me, you got it. So Glint gave her the horn, and Baal put it on like a necklace. And, okay, Randus, you want to hear my current crazy theory? Please do not confirm or deny this. Please just laugh silently to yourself. So, the first thing that Baal wanted was a stick, like a wand that shoots fireworks. And now this other thing that she's wanted was a demon lover's horn, it's essentially like a marriage thing between a tiefling and a non-tiefling that they can do. And Baal immediately put it on and was like, oh, isn't it pretty? Isn't it beautiful? And the fireworks that were going off behind her were kind of transforming into heart shapes. So my current theory is that she's gearing her, Baal is gearing themselves, I guess. Baal is gearing themselves. Yeah. So I think Baal is either going to try to flirt outrageously. Oh, it is. Baal is her. Okay, good. I think she's either going to try to flirt outrageously with Frigid Fang, which is the white dragon we're being sent to kill, or with Bahamut himself, who is Bram's patron and is a dragon god. Neither of those is probably correct, but either one would be really funny. Yeah, so that's my current theory, is that she's gearing up to try to Fae patron rules to seduce the dragon? Oh, Frigid Fang is the kobold. Right, Cryovane. Sorry, yes, Cryovane is the white dragon. Yes, so that's my current crazy crackpot theory. Probably not correct, but would be so funny. I said that out loud, and I thought Kara was gonna kill herself laughing. Yeah, so Glint gave over the horn, and in return, Ball gave her a quarterstaff, like a shiny new quarterstaff that extends. So it can be used as either it's still a melee weapon, but it can have a reach of 10 feet if Glint chooses. So she can bonk things from an extra square away. And then Glint asked her, like, okay, well, do you know what item you want me to find next? And Ball was like, nope, no idea, and just kind of popped out, and the dream ended. So Glint has no current mission. Presumably that could change. Those are definitely theories. I like them. I should write Ball and Bahamut fanfiction. It's fine. Don't even worry about it. Yes, and then, so rewinding very slightly, on our way back to the inn, so Phalar had been given the keys to the house that belonged to essentially the person that had sent him to town, is what I gathered. So rather than trying to get a room at the inn, he was just like, oh, well, I'll just, I've got the keys to my friend's, my employer's house. I'll just go stay there. She told me that I could. So on our way back to the inn, Phalar peeled off to go stay in this house. And Light was side-eyeing it because Light is pretty sure that house is haunted. I don't think we have any actual evidence one way or the other yet, but Light thinks that house is haunted, so that could be interesting. Yeah, and that was pretty much session. So we've all finally taken a long rest. We have leveled up to level 4. And Ball is the size of Bahamut's small toenail. Look, I don't think that's gonna stop her. This is a Fey dragon. I do not think that would discourage her at all. If she decided she had a shot, I feel like she would take that shot. Light saw a shiny that disappeared. It was clearly ghosts. I mean, yeah, possibly. Oh, is that why there's so many dragons in the campaign? Okay. I can get behind this. Has this now become a harem game? Yeah, so next session we're gonna pick up with everybody kind of reconvening at the inn at dinner time to sort of decide, okay, what are we gonna do next? Just want to make sure my fanfic's accurate. Okay, thank you. I do appreciate that. Also, I'll say, just sort of as a character thing, so when we were restraining Glassstaff, and Landon was like, well, we need to make sure he's gagged and that he can't move his fingers so that he doesn't cast spells. I don't remember who suggested breaking his fingers. But there was a good hot second where Bram was seriously tempted just to step on his hands. Um, because, yeah, slaving is not good. That is not cool, man. Um, and Bram was pretty sure that Bahamut would probably forgive him for that, but also, shouldn't do any unnecessary harm, so he didn't. But he was sorely tempted for a good hot second. And if you've ever seen a horse hoof go down on someone's finger, it's not pretty. Makes notes. Uh-huh. Oh, I'm sure you are. Yeah, no, having heard the way he was talking about, oh, I'm just helping my associates maintain their standard of living. Like, Bram was disappointed he did not get to stab him. Also, the mobile mounted monk turret went well. Adopt a goblin day. Yes, that's right. So when Narthian and the Woodcutter's family returned back to the Woodcutter's house, um, the mother took the goblin aside and basically said, okay, you can stay with us as long as you don't cause trouble. We'll let you stay here so that you can, get back on your feet. So they just kind of have a pet goblin now, I guess. Yeah, that's true. We got to use flanking. Phalar did so Phalar's a blade singer. Which from what I gather is essentially D&D Red Mage. Like, you're a spellcaster, but you also have like a rapier and stab things, with various magical overlays. So Phalar did some cool acrobatics and managed to get on the other side of the mage, so he was very briefly flanked, which would have given both of us advantage on our attacks, except then the mage used Misty Step and got out of the way. That will become a thing? Oh no, which bit? The flanking or adopt a goblin day? Yeah, oh yes, that's a thing. So remember Ryoshi's first character, the shapeshifter Bezleek, that got killed while Bram and Glint were elsewhere? Apparently he was killed by a blade singer. Which, I don't know if Bram and Glint know that. I don't know how much detail was given. Not this blade singer. Not Phalar. Another blade singer. But one that used the same song. So that's gonna be interesting. Oh, the goblin? Mom has plans to make use of them? Oh dear. Not in a bad way, I hope. We're not gonna have to free the goblin again, are we? That was also enough. Weren't they Weren't they, wasn't it a female elf blade singer, though? There was a funny bit where, yeah, because they were also a vampire. So there was a funny bit where poor Light just kind of leaned around Bram to look at Phalar and was like, "You don't bite people, do you?" And Phalar was like, "No." Oh, the vampire was their ally. Okay. Again, I wasn't there, so I still don't know exactly how all that went down. And neither does Bram, so it works. Hey, yeah, soul music's a good one, Dobby. The more Pratchett, the better. Campaign has two main things that happen: dragon laying and saving that one goblin from danger again. Possibly. Light is also kind of hazy on what went down. I mean, that's fair. It's been a very long few days. I am quite pleased because when I leveled up, I gave Bram an extra +2 in Constitution, which brings him up over the next rounding threshold for modifier, which applies retroactively. So he jumped from 29 to 41 HP, and that feels much nicer. Long day. Yeah, like the past 6 or 7 sessions have all been one day, which is nuts. Okay, past 5 sessions. Oh good, Kitte's keeping track of dates. Extended Night of the 13th. Yeah, that's true. We've been up all night. And then slept all day. Pardon me. So yeah, yesterday's session was a little bit less chaotic than the one before, but it was good. I am pleased we did manage to take down the glass staff without any further casualty. Thank you very much to Narthian's crit and 33 points of damage in one round, which is nuts. All but 3 of the boss's HP. Yup. And that extra 3 had already been taken off when Phalar zapped them. Or stabbed them, I guess. Which is part of why Narthian got such high damage. Because they've got a thing where if the enemy they're attacking is below max HP, they do extra damage, which is nifty. Squish Wizard. We had the boss at half before the arrow. Okay, that's good to know. Wizards are squish, yes. Which is good, because Bram would have gone down to a stiff breeze. But heck if he wasn't going to try to be front and center anyway. Minimum on your HP rolls? Oh no! Yeah, that's rough. Eh. This wizard has no AoEs? Oh, that's good. He really is a sort of overinflated ego, isn't he? Another reason for flanking the wizard, both of us can't take burning hands to the face. That's true. That's a very good point. He's designed to be the easiest fight in the place. That's fair. We were just building him up in our heads because he kept saying boss. But that is true. Boss of the administrative boss does not mean military boss, I suppose. Multi-flank. Ooh. Fancy. In charge does not mean strongest. Yep, that's fair. Why the fight when happening in the correct... have we had any of our fights in the room that they were intended to be in? I guess maybe the Breakfast Club, but that was mostly in the hall. Most of them were mostly in the hall. I need 2 more. Hello, Sasha Hare. Yes, it's back. Breakfast Club, which is also a poker game if it's later in the day. Ah, nifty. Makes sense. But yeah, everything else we've fought in hallways or come in the wrong direction or in general not been how it's supposed to be. Look, we just like sequence breaking, okay? You're supposed to be having fun too, Randus, so we just want to keep you on your toes. Improvisation is fun, right? Why is this sticky? Yeah, this particular piece of fabric is sticky and I don't know why. Let's just not use that one. Oh yeah, that's true. The prison guards were fought in the normal place. Honey? I mean, I don't think so. I don't know why I would have honey up here. It's definitely slightly sticky though, and there's like cat fur stuck to it. I don't know. Let's just go with this one instead. But also, like, I've got an entire stack of fabric pieces over here beside me. I don't know why that one was sticky. Blame Sasha? Yeah, blame Sasha seems correct. Oh no, Miller. Miller, baby. To update the party member adoption chart, Bram now has 2 grand adoptees. That's true. Yes, because Blink keeps collecting people. Presumably Mint and Droop. Yeah. I mean, Droop is like a half adoptee because now they'll be staying with the Woodcutters family. So I guess Glint would be like an auntie? Who have either adopted or are adopted by Narthian. I mean, it can probably go both ways. I also feel like Narthian is the kind of person that would rather chew off her own foot than admit that she cares about anyone. But that might just be the impression I've gotten so far. Like, she absolutely does care about people. She just would not ever want to admit it. But again, that's just my impression so far. Yeah, it's not like she likes anything or anyone or anything, you baka. Meanwhile, Bram over here just intensely hovering over poor Light. Just, are you doing okay? Is there anything I can get for you? Do you want to talk? That's the other thing. If Bram hadn't been so completely exhausted, he would have offered, like, hey, you okay, Light? Anything you want to talk about? But, like, he just wants sleep at this point in time. When I started yeah, that's true. It wasn't really Light I was worried about. I mean, it's different kinds of worry. Bram worries about what Glint might get up to. He worries about what Light might have already gotten up to. Yeah, Light isn't a threat to reality when unobserved. Hashtag Light should have nice things too. Absolutely. I mean, they do have very nice rope. Is Glint a quantum tabaxi? No, but she has a Fae patron, so she might as well be. I mean, we know where those Dragonborn went to set up shop. We could track Light down a plushie. Go visit the Dragonborn is on my quest list. Yeah, do we know, Brandis? I am unfamiliar with the map of the Sword Coast. Roughly how far away is the town where the Dragonborn said they were going to set up shop? Is it like, oh, it's just a day or two travel round trip, or is it like, oh, that's a couple weeks to travel there? I don't know what my relative distances are. 2 to 3 days one way. Okay. So far, but not like impossibly far. Although, keep in mind, Bram saw them yesterday. Like, it's gonna be a while before they're there and set up shop. Ooh, yeah, scalloped edges are always interesting. Are you using a shell stitch, Yalk? Glint is the one party member who you want to leave in a room with a bunch of not good buttons just to see what happens. Oh no. And this is why Bram worries about her. On the subject of plushies, it is just barely within the realm of possibility that Bram could make a plushie. It would not have any sort of magical properties, but he could do it. Yeah. It's a variation on a shell stitch. Yeah, trebles build up fast but take a while, is what I've found, which is strange. Uh-huh, sure, Randus. Sure. But yeah, that's the other thing I have to try to remember to bring up at some point. I think Bram is going to offer to make Landon at least a wrap for the hilt of his new glowing knife. Because Bram's got leatherworker's tools and is proficient in using them. And because of his background, would be able to at least fashion something functional. Might not look super pretty, but it would work. And that would give Landon more grip on the... I mean, not that it would matter mechanically, but for, like, character things, it would give Landon more grip on the hilt and also hide the glow, at least somewhat. So I'll have to try to remember to have Brandon talk to Landon about that. Bram, not Brandon. Duh. That's the ship name! No, have Bram talk to Landon about it. Also, yes, Landon is firmly, like, backup dad in Bram's mind. Because light is light and glint is glint. And Narthian is Narthian. Who can I trust to hold the brain cell? Okay, it's Landon. Not that Bram has the brain cell. I'm just saying that in Bram's own mind. The new guy? Possibly. Entirely possible. He's still, like, Phalar's still a bunch of question marks in Bram's head. They've known him, like, 3 hours. Give it a few days. And then Bram's opinions may change. Bram has marginally more brain cell timeshare than the others, which is hilarious considering his intelligence score. Yes, Musk did have 2 good eyes under the eye patch. It definitely does something. But Glint let Droop keep it. Phalar? Ooh, Phalar has 18 brain cells. Oh my gosh, that's so many. That's incredible. Oh, what's up, Kitsune? 18 whole brain cells. Wow. Wowie wow. That's what that stat means? Yes. Oh, Kite's on it. Ooh, pardon. Tea. More tea. Tea, please. So the timing on this is interesting. So I am finishing up these last two white hexagons and then I'll be done with this round. Which will conveniently be about break time because I don't have any more fabric prepped. So I'll do that real fast while I'm on break and then we can start the next one. Oh, the eye patch is non-magical? Okay, that's fair. I just thought perhaps that the fact that he had two good eyes underneath might have indicated it did something else besides merely being functional. Bad streamer, break means break. I mean, I will also break and refill my teacup, but... Oh, Kitsune has redeemed both a hydrate and a stretch. Better idea, while on break I should consume the food. I mean, yes, I will. I'm not going to be cutting fabric. I already have a bunch of fabric cut. I just need to go over and count squares and decide which fabrics I want to put together for the next one. Stretch. The eye patch does something very important. It shows who's the big boss. Yeah, it's Droop. No, all my fabric is pre-cut. I just need to go. I have piles of it all laid out on one of my shelves. I just need to go over and oh, okay, I like this fabric. Should it go with this one? No, okay, let's put it with this one. And then count out the number of squares I need. If I was smart, I would have prepped that before going live, but I forgot that we were this close to finishing this flower. Glyn's pronouns are she, her, yes. Which I gather is unusual for a tabaxi. But Kara wanted them to be she, her, so. Oh yeah, no, we presumed that you would be rebalancing Randus. We don't want them to get easier. I should bug Kara to at least figure out what kind of fur pattern Glint has. Like, for lack of a better term, what kind of cat she is. Actually, okay, you say that, but Light is the third non-binary tabaxi that I've come across. I have two other friends that also play non-binary tabaxi. I was under the impression that non-binary was kind of their default, but Orange Empty Head? Maybe? I think she was saying some sort of a silver tabby, but I don't know if she ever decided for certain. Only race you know that defaults to non-binary is Warforged. I mean, that makes sense because they're not flesh and blood. I've always pictured tabaxi as being much closer to smaller Hrothgar. They're more cat than person, if that makes sense. Oh, Warforged can be flesh and blood? Interesting. I was not aware of that. I guess I'm used to the idea of, yeah, Khajiit. Khajiit, or, yeah, exactly. That's tabaxi. I guess I've always pictured Warforged as being like the living suit of armor, so that makes sense. But yeah, no, that's exactly it. I knew there was a better comparison than small Hrothgar. It just escaped my mind briefly. Khajiit has nya if you have scritches. It's true. Yeah. So I've never played Skyrim myself. I have watched a fair amount of Jade playing Skyrim, and Jade has a Khajiit character that she has cheesed to do insane unarmed damage. So he's just one punch Khajiit and will just launch dragons into the stratosphere, and it's beautiful to watch. Also, I have officially finished my Urianger and Thancred Slightly Spicy Zine fic. Human cleric of question marks? I love it. Oh, okay. Warforged are made from wood and metal, but they can feel pain and emotion. Okay, nifty. A what, Kitsune? Oh, no, so thought I'd done an internet D&D fanfic. I mean, I have not written any for this campaign, but I have definitely written fanfic for past D&D campaigns I've been in. It is a thing. Yes, no, sorry. The Doudoir fanzine. I have finished my Urianger and Thancred fic for it. If anyone would like to read slightly spicy fanfiction, hit me up, by all means. Yeah, no, I quite like how it turned out. One of the zine mods was very, very kind to go through and help me Uriangify the dialogue. Need fix to fuel art. Okay. I will try. Now that I've got the zine fic done, I should have more time to work on other things. Whether or not I will, we'll see, because I do still need to do the not safe for work version. But we'll see. Oh my! That's more words than I think he has said in entire expansions. Come on. Red. Red. Oh, legend is spelled with an O? I have been continuously misspelling it. Oops. Yeah, Urianger kind of lurks in the background for a very long time, and then suddenly he doesn't. And I absolutely love him. Like, legit, over the course of Shadowbringers, he probably became my favorite Scion. I love him so much. But yeah, before that, he's definitely an enigma. Oh, Urianger, you are not just a shadow. It's true. Hey, Kuma. Good afternoon. I'm finishing up this last hex, and then I will take my break. And then I presume at some point somebody will press a button. I don't know. Might happen. Oh, okay, so Landon is AN then. Okay. I was gonna say, that's how I've been spelling it, and Reverb hasn't corrected me. Naha! Kitsune has pressed a button. It will redeem that after break. Or rather, I will honor that redemption once I get back from break. We will move straight into board games the way we did last week. I almost went through my boards while I was laying in bed this morning, and then I was like, wait, nope, I'm streaming. Gotta save those. I just presume at some point somebody will push a button. Yes. Hydrate and stretch does always take precedence. That is very true. Coffee and morning errands. I mean, those are also both very important. Yeah, we're almost done this one. So I just need to do these last two seams and then this one will be done. I'm running extremely low on white thread. I think I have a spare though. Pretty sure I've got a spare over in my desk drawer. I mean, a quilt is a blanket. It's that thing where it's all quilts are blankets, but not all blankets are quilts. Actually, no. Not all quilts are blankets, because you can absolutely have either quilted clothing or quilted wall hangings. So that's not even true. Never mind me. I do have an idea for a Merlin themed craft. Because you said that Theo counts. So I will do that. Well, I was going to do my puzzle on Tuesday, but I don't think either the puzzle or the Theo craft will take the entire stream. So I might try to do both on Tuesday. I have a 3D wooden puzzle that Kara got me for Christmas that I would love to build, but I don't think it'll take me an entire 2 hours. Oh, there's our bird. Come on. Come on. Hmm? There we go. It's not going to cooperate. There we go. Uh-oh. It's never good when Randa says he needs to update his notes. I'm sure it's fine. It definitely wasn't an elf frozen into a cube. I was gonna say, at least not the one we found. Alright, there we go. Check things off my hand. Take both of these out now. All right, there we go. This one's officially done. So I will take a brief break, prep the next set of fabrics, and eat and stretch. Everyone else should get up, move around a little bit, get you drinks if you need to, and then I will be back in a few minutes and move right into board games. So I will see y'all in a few. Hello, I'm back. Is OBS gonna pick up the correct window? No, no it's not. 1 second. That. Yes. Come on, OBS. I want that. There we go. Thank you, OBS. Yeah, no, OBS was on a blank screen because so the way that I do Board Game Arena is through window capture, and it had spontaneously decided, as it usually does, that the window capture was capturing a non-existent window rather than the Board Game Arena window that definitely does exist. I want that. There we go. Okay. Now that I can see chat, let us do the thing. Ah yes, blurry game right off the bat. Okay. Where am I here? Triangle. Yes. Yes, let's make that a wild. And bring that back down here. Here we go. Next. Oh, yes. What does a 9 do again? The 9 does nothing. Well, I'd like to keep those for when we inevitably hit 99. Shook nobody's played a king yet. Okay. Only 2 points. Guess I'll put that. Next. Well, yes, the dingoes. We have started a new dream. Oh, I don't like this dream. This is a somewhat distressing dream. Let's put that there. Oh, convenient. And yeah, we'll put that there. Next. Oh, the deck doesn't get reshuffled immediately for speed 99. That makes sense. Okay, well, that's easy. And then that is, ooh, I can't go all the way down here. But this would be a three-line intersection. Yeah, let's do that. Might be a bad idea, but we'll see. Let's see, our Dragon Castle game. I need red if possible. Kite also needs red if possible. I'll just take that, take Shrine. Next. Okay. So a 3 and a 1. Is there anything useful to grab? 3 has goats. Oh, and I can buy more goats. So let's do that. So that's the only aminals I need. Oh no, I do need a third one. It's okay. So let's play cows there. And put goats there. Call that turn. Next. I will play a jack. Oh yes, welcome to. Sure. Let's put that here. Next. Okay, I need more boomerangs, and there aren't any boomerangs, so I've not played a Zed yet. Let's just do oh, and there's no kangaroos either, so we'll go with that. Boomerang Europe is the strange one where I want everything except mountains once I have one. And I do have one. So I don't want mountains. My transportation is currently matched. Let's just do that. And Boomerang USA. Just all the fun card games. All the alphabetical card games. So I need a knife and fork. So I can go with tourist. Yes. Yes, let's do that. I haven't played that one yet. Okay. Ooh, yes, Via Magica. Well, that's an easy decision. Next. In response to the DM you sent me, Kate, I did see it, and then I lost it before I could respond, and I don't know how BGA works well enough to go back to it. No, I'm perfectly happy playing 2P games with you. I quite enjoy them. Alright, there we go. Next. We have a Sewell. I mean, some games are just rough 2P, but most of the time, the 2P variations are really interesting and enough different that I like them a lot. Oh, yes, let's do that one. Tuck that into the corner there. Confirm. Ooh, lucky numbers. Right, this one. Oh, these are somewhat helpful. That can go there. Next. That's all I got. Next. BGA messages are from the home screen, the third tab on the user menu. Okay, so I can go back in and find them. I was also on mobile, which didn't help. I saw it pop up and I was like, oh, I should answer. And then I clicked one button and it was gone. Ooh, we're doing something with Carby. Ooh, we have a brand new Carby and we won't get to see it until I switch back. That's exciting. We'll have a new Carby waiting for us. Yeah, not much I can do at the moment. Don't want to transmute either of these, so I will end. Next. Goes up here. And then another triangle, and nope. Okay, pass. That's annoying. Next. Kitsune Cribbage. Well, last card. 8 points for Kits. Oh, she got me. Well then, we're 1-1. Fun times. All right. My crib. Kitsbidge. Something like that. Carby is doing something behind closed doors. Oh yes. Okay, this is annoying. Because I can ditch the 2 2s to my crib. But then that leaves me literally nothing except a pair in the crib. If I ditch the 6 and the 2, then I have 2 15s in my hand. Potentially nothing in my crib. But we'll see. We'll go with that. Next. Oh, yes, the can't stop. I do like this one. So 6 I still need. 2 5s, a 6 and a 4. Nope. A 7 and a 3. Ooh, that's good. Okay, next. The multi-person castles of Burgundy. I have a 1 and a 2. And I don't think I need any more ships. Nope, my ships are full. My castles are full. I need 1 more animal. Decisions. Let's play that. Excellent. There we go. Oops. And then play goats. Saw. There we go. Next. Ooh, excellent. Let's see. The 2 3 4 playing the 5 would get me 4 points, 3 points. Whereas if I played the 4, it would just get me the pair. So let's do that. Next. Hearts. Let's play the hearts. Next. Spades. Ah, yes. The game where Kite and I are trailing by not terribly much. So I'll play that. Next. Notes are up to date. Excellent. Don't think I'm going to be winning this last trick, but we'll see. Codex Naturalis. I have this to play. Where can I put that? I mean, I think we're almost done game. Yeah, game ends soon. 4 player turns left. So let's just put that here. What else do I have to play? Let's put that here. Confirm. And then, ooh, messy. None of these are good. guess let's try this. Ooh, nope, I'm probably not going to be able to play that one. Oh well, let's see. Oh yes, sushi go. Let's try that. Next. Sea salt and paper. Can I have some penguins, please? No. No, I cannot. That's okay. Buttons! Place my stars. Okay. Okay. I guess 1, 2, 3. We'll call that. The other sea salt and paper. Oh no, this is the same one. No, this is the other one. I just play very similarly all the time. Guess I'll take that. Hey, excellent. I get that trick. What do I want now? I guess just a pair. Hand and foot. The friendo hand and foot. Please, Ken has wilds? No. No, the 5 can go there. And that's all that's useful. Next. Kite took the reds. Who knows? See, I have squiggly dragons. Let's take a circly dragon. And place. No, Kite's kicking my butt. Look at that. Okay. 2-person. 2p. Okay, I have a 2 and a 2. It's not super useful. That will immediately score me points, which is good. So let's do the thing and immediately score the points. Nope, can't. Take overs first and then score the points. Because it has to go up here because I've already got a watchtower down here. There. Confirm. Next. Kite Cribbage. I will play this last card. Well, the last of my cards. Kite still has 1 card. Back to London. Oh, sure, now we can branch. When it's immediately not useful. Let's go down this way. And then there. I'm drawing myself into a corner, I think, both literally and figuratively, but that's okay. More Kitbitch. So much Kitbitch. Oh, I get to choose Trump here. Crud. Right, so Trump, whichever suit I choose for Trump, Jack is high. And then the 9 and then the ace. Ooh. I mean, none of these are fantastic options. I guess spades. and then all of the non-trump suits, the ace is still high. So let's start with that. Okay, choose a dice. I would like some leaves. Thank you. Next. Dubby cribbage. Another 4. Okay. Back around to spades. 6, so 7. Next. Okay. Ooh. That's a lot of non-trump face cards. And we've only got 5 bid for. I'm not first player, but... Okay. They both bid low, so they're thinking they're going to be able to dump a bunch of cards. So I probably should go higher than I think. I mean, honestly... Yeah, we'll go with 5. See if we can all actually meet that. Okay. Still don't have any red. Just take that and then do away with it. Next. Oh yeah, Kite, did you ever manage to get your stock and get your stew set up? Okay. These dice are not helping. I guess. And that, we're almost to last turn. Sure. Okay. No. So yeah, Kite was saying yesterday during D&D, they were like, oh no, I was gonna make a stew, but I don't have any stock. So we were saying that they would need to run to the store to get, like soup stock. Okay, this is my crib. Really? Why are you like this? Oh, good lord. Okay. Yeah, no actual stock, no stock cubes, and no chopped tomato tins. That poor pantry. Okay, I'm gonna guess the 8 and the ace is my best. Okay, 7 on the turn is not terrible. Pantry is a very large word for your shelf space. Oh no. Okay, so 4. Let's play that. Next. Opponent's crib. Let's see. That's a lot of 10s. I think this is my play. Let's start with that. Next. Oh yes, talk. This random game that's been going for ages. Well, the 5 lets me move somebody else ahead. 2, 3, 4. Yes. Just bump them past their own goal. Next. Koi Koi. I don't have anything useful, so we'll pull that. Next. Hand and foot. The rando hand and foot. Draw cards. Oh, so close to going out. We just need one more mixed meld. So I can play those 3. And then I'll discard the 10. Next. Confirm. I think that's it. Aha, that's it. All except for Stella. Okay. I need to go back to that. There we go. And I guess put my laptop back where it goes. Okay, Dubby, have a good evening. Enjoy your party. Have lots of fun. And happy belated birthday again. Okay. Take a sip of my tea. Tea. Okay. Put all of my accessories back on. Tidying is very hard. Hydrate. I just hydrated. Also, hello, new Carby. Same as the old Carby. Slightly different eyes and mouth, I think. Celebratory tacos. Excellent. Okay, so funny that I had orange thread, or that I grabbed orange thread, because I have very orange cloth. But yeah, I don't know how well, you probably can't see super well here. No, probably not. But the paper has little holes punched all over it. I try to go back through the same holes as much as I can. But I usually get like somewhere between 5 and 10 uses out of it before it's just too shredded that when it's so full of holes that the corners start pulling out is about when I can't use it anymore. Yeah, I think the markings on Carby changed. To the right of the photo is about a foot more surface and then sink. Oh, that is very small. Oh my lord. It's so small. Kite, I'm so sorry. Yeah, small kitchens are awful. Especially if you're inclined to cook. Burners. Stove burners. Enough tea to sink a battleship? I mean, I think that just comes with being British. I think hob is specifically a word for a gas burner, but I could be wrong about that. Use a hob for any stovetop, be it gas, electric, or induction. Okay, fair enough. I couldn't remember if it was a generalized British word for stovetop or if it actually had like a further connotation to it. Gas is the only kind of burner you don't understand? Oh, the only kind of burner. Ha ha ha. I mean, you can burn. Oh, believe me, you can burn food on electric stoves. Kitsune's nomenclature is not representative of the whole UK and probably only a very specific slice. I mean, that's also true. It reminds me when I lived in Japan. All of my students would always be like, oh, what's XYZ like in America? Or how do you do XYZ in America? And I always had to like put 4 different asterisks to it to be like, well, where I come from, it's like this. But the US is very big, much bigger than Japan. And so in other places, they probably do it very differently. Because like Japan is small enough that there is regional variation to things, but not nearly as much as there is in larger countries. So I always wanted to make sure to emphasize like, okay, yes, I did it like this and my family does it like this, but somewhere else in America they do it very, very differently. Total of 9 shelves in 3 cupboards. That's so sad. Oh man. I'll do you one better, Kitsune. I've managed to burn things in the freezer. Oh, I meant freezer burn. Unless you have a different word for it, in which case the joke does not work. No, I was trying to make a joke. I mean, Randus, that was 10 years ago. I'm trying to think of some of the specific things they would ask me about. But they'd ask me things like, oh, I love fish. How do you cook fish in America? And I'd be like, well, where I lived, we didn't really get fish, but um, yeah, I don't remember anything specific that they used to ask me about. I just remember that I always used to have to caveat it. 4-bedroom house, galley kitchen. I know. That house is so nice. It just needs a little bit less living room and a little bit more kitchen. Also, hi, Mom. To be fair, it was. Well, yeah, that's true, it was. That's true. I always forget that entire back section was added. Oh man, Yauk, yup. Oh, that's so funny. Aw, my nephew Nugget. Hello, Henry. Sleep well. The kitchen has slowly crept through the door and started taking over the living room. I mean, yeah. Sometimes that's just how it happens. Yup. Um, I also have very blonde, well, not quite as blonde, um, as it used to be, but I'm also blonde with very wavy hair. And one of my adult English language students was a hairdresser by trade. And he used to offer, he'd be like, "Oh, I'd love the chance to do your hair. If you ever need to have a haircut or anything while you're here, I'd be happy to do it." And I had to very politely be like, "No, no, sorry, you're not touching my hair. You're used to dealing with Japanese hair. My hair is not Japanese hair. You're not touching it. Sorry." Once I actually explained that, I was like, "No, my hair is very different." And like, I let him, feel the texture of my hair. He was just kind of like, "Oh, yeah, I have no idea how to work with that." I kind of figured that you had accidentally turned on voice to text. No big deal. I do like that your phone managed to spell my name correctly, though. Uh-oh, yes, go shower the resin off. That is not meant to be on your skin, Yelk. Also, enjoy your walk. And give Miller a hug. At least it's not Luffy to text. That's true. Sasha was attempting to walk on my keyboard during D&D yesterday, and I was tempted to let her just to see what her opinion on things was. But then again, trying to interpret what Sasha is saying at any given moment is very complicated. At the moment, she's mostly saying, when I went on break, she was down on the windowsill asleep. Wiggly tough. Well, I think I have to. Oh, and a burb. All the things. There we go. I have at least made the attempt. Yay! I get to stay married. There we go. So sleepy? I mean, it's a Sunday. You're allowed to be sleepy. That's what Sundays are good for. Also, I'm not exactly a high energy streamer. Not on Sundays, anyway. Exactly, Randus, but what if sleep? Energy is overrated. Yeah, isn't that a mood? That reminds me of two, well, nothing in the stream. Talking to my own brain. I have reminded myself I need to log on and do the Heaven's Turn event in FF14 because that goes away tomorrow morning. The one that gives real nice armor? Yes. Yeah. I need that outfit on at least two of my alts. But luckily the holiday events are always real fast, so just log on and grab it on the couple characters that I wanted on. Okay, which side of this is the right side? There we go. The one downside of so this makes a very nice illustrative lesson. So typically, grab another piece of fabric here. So usually fabric used for quilting is 100% cotton fabric. And usually there's a very, very obvious, again, I don't know how well this will show up on camera, but there's usually a very, very obvious right side and wrong side because of the way fabric is dyed and woven. So this is the right side, you can tell because the pattern is clear and the colors are bright, and then the wrong side, it's all faded. Because typically the fabric is woven first, and then it's printed on top of with the dyes to make the pattern. However, this fabric is what's called a batik, which is, I believe, an Indian dyeing method, where because of the way the fabric is dyed, it soaks through much more. So it's very difficult to tell with a batik what the right side and the wrong side are, because there's very little difference. This side is slightly brighter and darker, so I'm going to go with this is the right side and this is the wrong side, but it's much harder to tell than it is with typical fabrics. Oh, that's the best part, Kitsune. Just imagining what all of the bizarre shenanigans they've gotten into without you. Okay, the second question is easier. Only my main has been through Endwalker. Kriya's the only one that I've gotten all the way through Endwalker. Maria is midway through Shadowbringers. I had stopped playing on her to switch to Kriya. Because, like, I had watched Kara play through most of Shadowbringers before I had started. So once I created Kriya, I knew that because I shipped him with Graha, I wanted to watch, like, I wanted to experience the end of Shadowbringers myself with Kriya first. So I had sort of stopped playing on Maria, and she's still in mid Shadowbringers. My other main alt is on, I think, Crystal. He's my Azem alt, and he is just at the start of Shadowbringers. But all of the rest of my alts are further back. I have more than that. So Kriya's my main, Maria is my previous and secondary main. Azem is like my main alt, I would say. And then I have, most of my alts are because of lore and shipping purposes, because I came up with a cool OC and I'm like, well, now I want to play with them. Ember is my femme bro. She is she's an Alamigan refugee that ended up in Limsa and became a pirate for quite a while. Until the whole plot line of the game happened to her. And she is the one that I ship with both Lisa and Hien in a polycule. Then I have Sasha, which is my joke alt, Femme Miko, that is modeled after the actual Sasha. She was created on day 3 of lockdown because we were all bored and punch drunk and went, what wouldn't it be funny if we made an alt for our cat? And then we did. She is still in Realm Reborn. I have not played on her in quite a while. And then I also have a Lalafell alt, just because I wanted a Lalafell alt. She is also still in Realm Reborn. I have not done much with her. Oh, and I also have, Merlin and I made aura alts of our D&D characters, but I haven't really played on Farron much. Because usually if I'm playing on Kriya or on Azem. And yes, my Azem alt is exactly what it sounds like. Because, so I definitely ship Azem with Hades and Hythlodaeus, but I don't necessarily ship the Warrior of Light with Hades and Hythlodaeus. Just because I'm very firmly of the idea that the Warrior of Light is their own person. And yes, their soul is what used to be Azem, but they are not Azem. So I wanted, and we should not impose sort of Azem onto them, because the Warrior of Light has lived their own life, and they are their own being. So I wanted an alt that was actually Azem, so that I could ship it with Hades and Hythlodaeus without, you know, just for OC purposes. So I actually did come up with a backstory that kind of works. Spoilers for Shadowbringers, I suppose. My Azem is a bun boy, and Hermes, yeah, exactly. When you're reborn, you are a different person. So my Azem alt is a bun boy, and he was born in one of the Dalmascan colonies. And when he was young, Emmett, as Solus, was like, you know, doing a tour of the Garlean realms or whatever, and happened to catch a glimpse of this very young bun boy whose soul was, you know, the exact same color as Azem. And physically, he looked just like Azem, except for the tall rabbit's ears. And it was such a, like, Emmett just had this moment of, like, profound sadness, because he's like, this looks exactly like my old friend, but it's not. And the ears prove that, and that's, you know, it can never be how it was, but I'm gonna make it how it was. So it was, Azem is they them, honestly, is how I usually think of it. Azem is either or both, or whichever they want to be. This particular Azem happens to be he, him, just because that's how I created the alt. But in any case, when Emmett sees this child that looks and feels and has the same soul as Azem, however you want to pronounce it, he gets sort of nostalgic and melancholy, and ends up giving this little bun boy Azem's crystal. Just sort of, you know, not even afterwards, he's not even really sure why he did it. And then Emmett leaves and can't ever bring himself to go back. Well, over time, in holding Azem's crystal, it awakens the real Azem's memories. So by the time he's an adult and the plot of the game has started, Azem remembers everything and is like, okay, well, fuck, I need to find Hades. So that's why he sets out on his journey to Eorzea, is to try to find Emmett. And then all the plot happens. So I haven't decided exactly how Shadowbringers and Endwalker go for him yet. There may be fanfic in the future. Who knows? We'll see how dedicated to it I get. But that's the basic idea behind it. I wanted a lore compliant Azem and figured out a way that I think works well enough. And if you don't think so, I don't care, because it's my alt. So yes, a very long-winded answer to your question. How does Crystal Mom factor in with it? That's one of the things I haven't figured out yet. I think the first time Hydaelyn speaks to him, Azem basically goes, "Oh, hi Vana," and Hydaelyn's like, "Wait, what? What?" So I think it's the same sort of plot line. It's just more Hydaelyn being much more personable and much more like, "Oh, yeah, okay, you are my old friend." Like, intimate's not the right word. Pardon me. There we go. That's 6. This is totally still enough thread. Yeah. And yeah. See, I told you we always cycle back around to FF14 talk eventually. such tea. My shoulder is really not happy with me today. I think I slept on it funny. Come on, thread. Bad shoulder, how dare it have opinions? Yeah, exactly. You are not meant to just decide to hurt shoulder. Lots of needles laying about, so maybe try stabbing it a few times. I mean, that's the shoulder with the tattoo, so it's already been stabbed a few hundred times. I say the shoulder with the tattoo as though you guys know. I have a tattoo on that shoulder, so it has been stabbed several hundred times already. Probably several thousand times. I think you found the problem. I mean, the tattoo is years old at this point. The shoulder pain is not. So it is, I can find a picture of it. I should at some point. So when I got my permanent residency in Canada, I got a maple leaf tattooed onto my shoulder, but it is a quilted maple leaf. So the leaf itself is, you know, the outline of a maple leaf, but then there's lines of stitching that go up through it instead of like the leaf veins, and then there's a needle and a thread that trail off of it. Because I am a permanent resident here, so the leaf has been sort of stitched onto me, but also I quilt, so obviously. Yeah, it looks really cool. The way I had originally envisioned it, I had just imagined like the outline of a maple leaf and then like stitches going off from the edge as though it was like whip stitched on. It was actually my tattoo artist that came up with the idea of doing the quilting stitches as the leaf veins, and yeah, it looks really cool. I'll see if I can find a picture of it to post in the Discord after. But that was the first tattoo I ever got, and it was on my shoulder blade, which is one of the more painful places to get a tattoo because it's directly onto the bone. And yeah, it hurt like a bitch. But in a way, I'm really glad that was my first tattoo, because then when I got these, like, these barely hurt at all. Like, these did not hurt at all because I had done the other one first. So I was like, oh yeah, in comparison, this is fine. Let's start wrapping up a few minutes early here. I need to go put some laundry on. And our typical meandering discussions have somewhat petered out, which is fine. I don't actually know if there's a Julie live today or not. I haven't had a chance to look. Sounds like work on a Sunday. Yeah, but Sunday is kind of the only day that we have. Well, Saturday and Sunday are laundry days. And we didn't get any done yesterday, so I have to do laundry today. I don't have a choice in that matter. No, it doesn't help that everyone's super sleepy. Like I said, it's totally fine. These streams are meant to be super chill. That is the point of them. Been busy cleaning the kitchen. Excellent! I am glad to hear that. Congratulations on the clean kitchen. Or the somewhat more clean kitchen. We'll go with not actively dirty kitchen. That is still an improvement. That is still an improvement, and that is what matters. Food is good. You definitely should food Randus. That is true. Naps are also good. But counterpoint, if you nap, then you just wake up extremely hungry and grouchy and probably without enough energy to actually make the food. I would suggest you have at least a snack before nap. But, I mean, you do you. That's just kind of my experience usually. I'll wake up super hungry from a nap. Do you want to just cooperate? Yes, that happens to me all the time, Randus. My lunch is usually at 12:30. And between like 11:45 and 12:30, I just start getting super hungry. Luckily, I keep a box of crackers in my desk for just such an emergency. Someone comes in to talk to me and I'm just eating Ritz crackers like a squirrel. Just hunched over. No. No shrimping allowed even when writs are involved? Ugh, I guess. Come on, thread. See, just, there we go. Well, I said possibly wrap up a few minutes early, but we're very close to finishing this round, so we'll just finish up this round. Yeah, exactly. I'm so close. That way I don't have any loose hexagons floating around. Oh, this one is not the one that's gonna be done in a month or 3. It's Henry's baby blanket that I absolutely have to have done to take down to them. This one may or may not get done, and at this point probably won't. I was already thinking I need to lay them all out on the floor and see exactly how much area I've got. Because I've got, I think, 4 of the big stars done. And maybe a dozen of the round ones, the flowers. I haven't actually kept a count though. Well, I have kept a count. I just don't remember what it is. They're all stored neatly folded in a box with tally marks on the lid that I cannot see from here. So maybe I'll do that as soon as I'm done. Throw on a load of laundry and then lay out all the finished ones and take a picture just to see how big it is. Yeah, Henry's baby blanket is the one I was doing with the little 5-point stars. That one I should have done in time to take down to them. Poke Pond. Oh no. I mean, it is fairly football shaped. You are correct. It might hurt your toes a bit, though. Alright, last seam. Yeah, that should be enough. Work gives you steel-toed shoes yearly, might as well break them in. I mean, I guess. Aren't you an engineer? Well, I guess, yeah, if you're working around an actual machine shop and stuff, you would need steel toes, wouldn't you? That makes sense. Quickest way from one office area to another is through the shop. Oh, that makes sense. Very close now. There we go. Come on. Helps if you actually. There we go. Come on. There we go. All right. I might end early, she says. Ends up running late. But this section of the flower is now complete. Tuesday is not a patch day, so unless work decides to kill me, I should be back with something on Tuesday. If not, I will see y'all Wednesday. And yeah, I hope everyone has a good afternoon, a good evening, a good rest of their weekend. Stay safe, stay healthy. I don't know if there's anyone actually up for us to raid. I mute everything when I go live, so I haven't gotten any notifications. And I wasn't smart enough to pull up the page beforehand. Yes, I want that button. No Julie motif yet? Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay. Let's go check out Window to Wildlife. I don't know what they were doing falcon cams last summer. I don't know what they've got going on right now, so let's go see. Everybody stay safe, stay healthy. I will see you later on in the week.